Happy Thursday, my loves. How is it going? The Omnicide got mad today. But it's fine, because we're here, and we're grooving, and it's gonna be okay. Elaine's a little low energy today. Your maincoow's a little low energy today. That's okay. What day isn't somewhat of a low energy day for us here at the Milk Club? Anyway, Rainer, thank you for the head pats, and thank you for checking in. It means a lot seeing you guys here for me. For little old me. What are we doing today? Today we are doing video editing. And then we are doing, I don't know, art, probably. I kind of want to finish my Twitch panels. That would be cool. I'm just saying there's no song on the mixtape right now. Why? On around and desert you. Tools, tuna. Say goodbye. I heard you. If I refresh the cache of it, maybe it'll fix. I need to move my face tracker back. Give you up. All my things are extended. Happening. What's happening? Hi, V. Happy Thursday. Going on. I feel like it should be saying it. That's crazy, bro. Let me start Songify. I think we just open Songify. That'd be better. Oh, it says it. Nope, Songify isn't even the thing I need to open. It's the tuna stuff. Run around and desert you. Think you cried, never gonna say goodbye. Answer you. Quest token. There we go. Should be good now. A live notif went out. We're pogging, chat. We're pogging. Lift you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna say goodbye. Alright, we are going to listen to the DJ. Oh shit. Okay. Alright. Let me turn the music up. Up for me, down for you guys. And there you go. And let's get a multi-Twitch running, huh? I saw got a good few people streaming already today, so. Oh yeah, Zoe's streaming. Zoa streaming. Gordas are the streaming. Who else we got? Chat. Furious is doing stuff. Furious. There we go. And then we can do Kiwi. Oh, wait, Pitter Pat's doing stuff. Pitter Pat. There we go. And then we'll lurk in Stormy's chat. Going fishing. Oh, he's playing Oblivion, the remastered Oblivion. I thought he was going fishing. It looks like is going fishing on the top right. Alright, I would like to do, I think, a new style of live now posts, I think. Yeah, I think so. Which I have a new picture because the Omnicide was mad at me today. Let's see, like this. 1080. And then I'll do like 25%. Yo, I said 25. Alrighty, there we go. And then, because I think square thumbnails look better on social media. Personally, I don't know if that is the case, but I just think it looks better. All right. Freak out. Freak out. For the streets. She followed us the wheats, chat. She's followed us the wheats. Ooh, there's a thing. I think I bookmarked it. Yes, added some animated icon to the resources is quite simple, but to open the door to more comment and deco in the future. I want to check this out. Do I have a Tumblr login? I don't think I have. March. Next. Maincoow. What? Is this me? Do I have a login? Blog already exists? What do you mean? Who the fuck took my username on Tumblr? Who the fuck took my name on Tumblr? What do you mean? Was my other, is it with my actual Tumblr account? Hold on. Bro, I swear to God, if someone took that Tumblr account, I'd be so pissed. Hold on. Tumblr looks so different, by the way. Watch, it's just me. I'm the one that took my own username. Also, for why we on the cornless corn site. Is that not your username? I thought. Well, I had. Update. Oh, okay, I do. Oh, good lord. I fucking freaked myself out. No, it's just I didn't have one connected to the email that I expected it to be, like. And I think they brought that back. I think corn is allowed on it again. Cause like half the community is corn people. Okay. Oh my god. Settings. I want to change the email. Not enough. Morning sun girl eyes. Oh yeah, so it's just like yeah, so you can look at corn. It's just different. This is so old. So old. And so basic. I have nothing here. But it's just because I want to look at this. The borders. I just really like this gold one. Choose between. Can I download this? Can I borrow this one? Wait, how do? Hold on, my brain's dying. It's in the free. Added some icon borders to my free resources, which would be here. Ooh, how do I follow? Wait, I want to follow. Subscribe. Actually, I'll ask if I can use these for. I'll ask my cosmic. Choose me. Choose between. Nobody's soldier. How do I save this image? Nobody's soldier. Oh. I don't wanna choose between being a woman or a vulture. Not like a little holder. This would be for the socials. Nobody's soldier. I have a new idea. And that is to bring this back. I'll make it purple. Twitch color. Oh, I'm silly. And just take a. Yeah. Let's do 50. Oh, this is a song I think it is. If the gossip turned down the road. Have a good meeting. Oh, like you don't know, so sip the gossip, drink till you know. Sip the gossip, turn down your soul. I got it. I know, isn't it cute? I love it. I like you don't know. Sip the gossip, drink till you know. Sip the gossip, drink till you drunk. Drip the gossip, turn down the show. Iconic, you are just like them all. Not like you don't know, so sip the gossip, turn till you drunk. Sip the gossip, turn down your smoke. Not iconic, you are just like them all. Just act like you don't know. The screenshot tab. Date. Oh, wait, this one. The gossip, think down your soul. The gossip, turn down your soul. Not iconic, you are just like them all. Don't act like you don't know. Mana skin. I thought it was man skin. I might do this a little differently. I think I kind of want to do this with my vibe, so... Ooh, we have a thing to do today, too, a commission. A commission that we must work on as well. Let me prepare TikTok poll today. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one. No, 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 no. Boop. Boop. VTuber, Twitch, comfy. Let's just do Twitch then. Make sure this sounds okay. I think. Is that their... Oh my god, why did I scroll down? Control. Cool it is. Okay. Afraid to die. The heart attack, you know why? The bag is sent. Positivity. Let's redo it here because I knew I would have some. Will not pause us. stars. Recognize there's something on my screen that I can't be showing, but that's okay because it'll be fixed in like 10 seconds. This one. There we go. Copy. Go to here. Profile. New post here. This one. This one. Alright, that's all good. That's all good. What is going up for shorts today? The Takahata one. Upload video. Video editing. V-stars 1. Let's do V-stars. Episode name, yeah, okay. This will be number 1, and this will be Takahata 101. I believe is the full thing. I'm afeared that I spelled it wrong, so I'm just gonna copy it. I spelled it right! Ooh. Tagged. Okay. Oops. Why it doesn't want to, that's okay. New playlist, stars. I would already have you up. My ear itches. What does my ear itch? Designer shades just to hide your face. Okay, we're good now. Huh. Stretch my brain. Oh, that felt good. Okay. Hot rod, shoes on your feet, and you wear 'em around like it ain't you don't know the way that you look when your steps make that much noise. Shh, I got you all figured out. You need everyone's eyes just to feel seen. Hide your makeup. Nobody knows who you really are. Who do you think that you are? You a song and make you fall in love. I will already have you up under my arms. I wish to follow my twitch. Do you like this? It's just to hide your face and you wear 'em around like you're cooler than me. And you never say, hey, oh, remember my name. And it's probably 'cause you think you're cooler than me. Design right, shoes in your walk. You don't even look when you pass by. Don't know the way that you look. Oh, I gotta do Slaughterhouse too. I got you all figured out. You need everyone's eyes just to feel seen. Hide your makeup. Nobody knows who you really are. Who do you think that you are? 'Cause it's your scene, it's your scene. You got no doubt. We all see. What the fuck? Where the fuck? Oh, here it is. Aren't you a song and make you fall in love? I will already have you up under my arms. I used to follow my tricks. I hope that you like this, but you probably won't. You think you're cooler than me. Designer shades just to hide your face, and you wear 'em around like you're cooler than me. And you never say hey or remember my name, and it's probably 'cause you think you're cooler than me. Won't open up for me. I'm falling, me what it's like. Take me wrong from right. Huh? Oh, it's hyper noble. That was like in my face. That spooked the shit out of me. I see you. I'm falling. I see you. I'm falling. I'm falling. Show me what it's like. Take from wrong and right. Yeah. What? Yes, no, this is correct. Okay. Already confused myself. Change cover. Oops. Oh no, this goes on top. What am I doing? You go on the bottom. There you go. Dun, 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 dun. And all I need from you. I'm falling. I need to add a new check mark to this guy. Where is he? What it's like. Teach me wrong from right. Hi, Gabo. I actually don't have a VOD for today, do I? I don't think I do. The 7th, this is the 8th, this is the 9th. Okay, hold on. We'll just remove this one for now, because I don't think I'm going to be able to post today's on time, so that's fine. Don't do this anymore. Before. Those make no sense. I'm existing in chat now. Oh, welcome to the existing. Anyway, just like before. Send the mail. Oops. To disappear. All these thoughts of make no sense. I found this in ignorance. Go away over and over again, just like before. I think I'd like to just do this like this. I think. Or would it look better if I scooted it up so it overlapped? I think it would look better if I overlapped it, actually. I'm gonna do these all in one because I can. You said to me, bitches always know. Where I go, bitches always know. I haven't listened to Hollywood Undead in a while. Start. How would this look in my font? Would it be legible? I bet it would be legible. I tried my best to make it legible. I don't know why I think it wouldn't be legible, because I did my best to make it legible. I don't know if I like the purple. Then there's money something. I think that blue looks better. I think I need to be smaller in the front though. Yeah, that's gonna have to stay like that. So this is gonna be content. I wonder if it would look better if this was on here. I kind of like it. I think that looks nice. It's like not too in there. And then maybe I would scoop myself down so it's like this. There's always no. Hitches always know. I finished my daily milk. I'm finishing my daily milk, chat. Why not multi-switch? There we go. Since you asked you to custody, would you be my little quarantine? Or is this the way it ends? I told you My level of concern is you walk by like you never heard. Bring down my... Let's see, this is like the social go live. Panic on the brain, Michael's gone insane. Julie starts to make me nervous. So what they will say, I'm asking you to stay. My comfort underneath my surface. Cause you're in, could you be my little quarantine? Or is this the way it ends? Cause I told you my level of concern, and you walk by like you never heard. Bring down my level of concern. Need you to tell me we're alright. Tell me we're okay. Tell me we're okay. Need you. Tell me we're alright. Tell me we're okay. Need down my level of concern. Need you to tell me we're alright. Tell me we're okay. My level of concern, and you walk by like you never heard. You'll bring down my level of concern. Tell me we're alright, tell me we're okay. Need you, tell me we're alright, tell me we're okay. Tell me we're alright, tell me we're okay. Need you now. I told you, level of concern. You walk by like you never heard. You bring down my level of concern. Selection only. It's not too bad. Actually, level of concern. Choose you to tell me we're alright. Tell me we're okay. You just lied to me. This guy and this guy. Stream. So this was Thursday. Yep. I'm just gonna try it. I'm gonna try it on Twitcher. I know it's late, but the Catan SHARD was ANGI. The jungle. Stream Twitch promos. This one. Let's go. Hmm. Hmm. Let's see if I can make it cleaner. It is a jungle, jungle. My head is a jungle, jungle. My head is a jungle. It still has like a tiny border around it. Why is that? So. So if I took this back to 1080 to 1080 and I put everything within it. Let me do like half. Like there. That's already good. You would hold me on the. Leave me on red. You got me on out. You're gonna be bad. That's not too bad. I think that's better. Okay. Should be better than this by accident, but that's okay. Doesn't it? Let's see. Now we both fucked up. In the middle of lovers and friends, and we're losing every part of our benefits. Hurt me more than I ever knew. This is May 8th. She said, exclusive or not. Let's close this and close this. Let me alive. Sad. And I would be seriously. 1920. 1080. See, let's wait and see. Dogs turn into sleepless nights. Sleepless nights turn into love. Alright, let's work on a stream overlay, stream graphic. Oh, fucked up. Stuck in the middle of lovers and friends, and we're losing every part of our benefits. Hurt me more than I ever knew. It's shitty cause I'm doing the same to you. Oh, I'm honored that they picked me. Right. A little string peeking out of my shit. Lights turn into leaking up. Waking up turns into love. I'm a tree. That gives both of us. In the middle of lovers and friends, and we ruin every part of our benefits. Hurt me more than I ever knew. Especially because I'm doing the same to you. What kind of trees do they want? They want like big bushy trees, right? I think is what it looks like. Like I want a tree like this, one that's like overhanging on it. Guys, like all the time. Guys, something coming to get you, girl. And then branches like this. Feeling this dimension, I mean. What's up with your dad up in the nightosphere? I saw the Twitter post. Tell me more about the Angry Catan shard. Okay, so the Angry Catan shard, it fucking... So I got on to my computer and it was like, fuck you, bitch. No internet's gonna work. And I was like, what the fuck do you mean, man? So I was like struggle busing because I was like, oh, well, maybe it's just my computer because my computer's been a bit angry. And then I was like, what the fuck do you mean, bruh? And then, so I've been like, we were like fucking debugging it. And then fucking, I tried to go live and then the stream key wouldn't work. It kept giving me weird errors of like, your certificate isn't working. Your certificate is expired. I'm like, what do you mean? So I was like logging in for like 30 minutes. And then, I restarted my computer like twice. after that, and the second time it was finally like, oh, okay, we can work now. So Catan Shard's a little angry at me today. But that you know, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It could be worse. Smile. Yeah. Yeah, that was me today. Let's see. I want to align them position. Left. There we go. 3, 4, 5, 6. We need one more. Okay, I gotta make these smaller and wider. Maybe dog. Now can I space them even? I think that's what this is for. Nope. Let's do this much. Baby dog. Let's do a little bit less. Yeah, that works. 88 and then 88. It's not too bad. I'm gonna have to change the spacing of it a little bit when I go to do it myself. But I think I like it overall. And then let me see what stream schedules they saved. They want it quite minimal, it looks like. Okay. I mean, all the ones that I exemplified were quite minimal, actually. Oh, this one's cute. Okay, now we could do like, they wanted, they type what they said, they didn't. I was wondering how much it would be for a foresty aesthetic, having such things like fireflies, trees, and etc. So now we want fireflies. Let's do glow. Do like little tiny guys. And then I think I'd do it like that. I'd vary it up a bit more, and then I'm like trying to decide if I just want to leave this blank like this or not. I think I do. And then I could get like a forest pattern. They want more like cozy. I'm almost tempted to do like more of these, but like do it like this and then just make them like not as apparent. So like flip horizontally. Like one here. And there. Yeah, like something like this. I might use Canva to make a background pattern. Oh, just because like I think it'll feel good. Yeah. But that I can take care of afterwards. And then I want to change the general like background. This guy. Give. It's actually a perfect color. Position 2 back. Yeah, something like this. Position 2 back. Oh. I just don't want it to be in front of. Yeah, that's tree. I don't want this tree to be in the front position. 2 front. There we go. Let your heart shape box for weeks. 2 back forward. So something like this. I think would look cute. And then do like lanterns? I think lanterns could be cute. Lantern. A little lantern for the days and lanterns in the trees. So like something not ornate is that, I'd say though. Like maybe something like this. That could like hang from here. Like maybe another one like over here. Right, and then we'd have like a little lantern for each of the days. I think is my plan. Like that. I like that. And then like they can have whatever images that they want here. I would highly suggest that they have it like thither though. And then we could have like a leaf in the bottom right corner, I think. So I can drum right back. I don't really like that leaf. Maybe like this, and then flip it vertically. Do something simple, so that way it could be like, this is the day of the week. Something like this, and then you can put like week of, or I guess it could go, nah, because I kind of want to put socials at the bottom right. I think something like that would be pretty nice. And then maybe doing like a border of some type would also be cute, I think. Yeah, it'd be nice if I could like see their VTuber model, but it's also that they kept it hidden because they're going to debut soon. Oh, they have those like wood ones. Cute. Upset your heart shape. What did everyone else price their stuff? 60, 75, 35, 15. Cool. Okay, that's fine. Alright. Share, download. It doesn't matter. I got a new complaint. Another surprise that's mine. Hey, wait, I got a new complaint. That's your prize that's mine. Oh, I see my internet's lagging. I'm lagging a bit, but that's okay. I'm sure it's just because my internet. Okie dokie, let's look up Actually, let's just start with this, I think. Why don't you drown in a rainstorm? No, I want to look at this one. I'm gonna get on my hazard to myself. Too easy, this is how this was real. Oops. Okay, and then we just take, or let me do it like this. And then I want to round these ones. Losing confidence. Oh, hi Noble, how are you? Gonna get on my hazard to myself. Make it to you easy. This is how. This is how. Okay, I think I like that. I don't want to make it like too bendy, because if I make it too bendy, it might be not minimalist enough. Hey, look at your little hyper! Look at your little hyper! Here, we hyper together. Hold on, wait. There, we hyper together. Yippee! We're gonna get it on my house. I'm happy, and Twitch Insights after it, which was nice. Hell yeah. Yeah, after a while of being on Twitch and being an affiliate, they just kind of auto accept that stuff. Have to talk. We don't have to dance. Yeah, so luckily, like, the rest of your emotes should be just accepted automatically. We don't have to talk. We don't have to. Also, hope you're having a great Thursday, by the way. And then I like how this part sticks out, so I'll do something similar. What's happening? Why are you laughing? An emote the other day they didn't. What emote was it? I always get so curious when people get their emotes denied. What you're expecting of me? Was it like a little booty wiggle one? Your shoes. Every step that I take is another mistake to you. I've become so numb. Okay, let's do a cute little lantern because I don't exactly like the lantern I chose. Probably take a second to load it, no problem. Just want to look at it. Just want to look at it, bro. Holding too tightly, afraid to lose control. I like this one. Everything that you thought I would be is falling apart. Right. All of these I have the same energy and I love it. Yeah! They're so different. I love them. That I take is another mistake to you. I've become so numb. Curve. And then bring this in. I know may end just like me with someone disappoint. Oh, okay, there we go. It's like, why didn't it give me the little handlebar? So, there we go. I'm gonna take this guy, stretch this one out, and make this guy straight up, but not too tall. Same with this guy. Up, but not too tall. And then we take this guy and we bring him out. Probably just gonna make this like one color, I think. I think it's supposed to be like a dark brown. I kind of want. I like this one. Please, I don't want to log in. Okay, cool. I just want the colors from this because I like the colors a lot. Your fingers into my eyes. It's the only thing that only stops the head. Oh shit! Hey V, how's it going? Oh my god, I'm following you. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Hi, how was stream? I hope you had fun. How was it? How was Roblox? What'd you do in Roblox? What do you like to play in Roblox? Part of my brain feels like I should be also into Roblox, but I'm not into Roblox as much. How would you do with Roblox? Play Demonology. What is that? What is that? Oh, come on in. What is this? Whoa. Basically Phasmophobia, but in Roblox. That's cool. That's cool. I think if I were to play Roblox, I would be playing the, what do you call it? The, like Dress to Impress? I like Dress to Impress. I played that once. We made some new friends who didn't mind being on stream. Hell yeah, that's nice. That's nice. I'm glad. Well, welcome on in. I hope that everyone had a fun time over with V. If you're new here, hi, my name's Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. We are just working on a commission. Yes, a commission for someone on VGen. And join us on the yeah, for sure. Oh, sure. Oh, I would like to play more Dress to Impress. I do like it a lot. Okay, so the trees will be that color. The branches will also be this color. I think I want it to be this color. But I would like... Ooh, I forgot that. Those pieces. Okay. Lantern. We're just going to turn that off for now. This way inside. Yeah, if you need to raid and run V, feel free to do so. I know that you are a busy lass. Otherwise, I hope you have fun just hanging out. My brother joined me too. Was he a good sport about it? Better good sport about it. Hi, Kiwi. Welcome on in. I think this needs to scoot over a bit more. Yes, he was good. Good. Yeah, gotta go eat out unfortunately, but have a good stream, baby. Thank you. Thank you so much. The fuck did I just do? No one died and we did pretty good. That does sound pretty good then. Did you show chat the shampoo? I didn't show chat the shampoo. Do you want me to show chat the shampoo? It was just a thing that like I personally knew I had to ask you about because like, I mean, I don't know. I think it's kind of cool that you use that shampoo. My hair's too stupid to use that kind of shampoo. 45 seconds when I saw no shampoo. Yeah, there was no shampoo. Well, I didn't share the shampoo in case you didn't want me to share the shampoo. Just kind of kept that to myself. Oh my. It's a good shampoo and it's cheap. It was cheap until TikTok. Really? Really? I don't know TikTok would take it over like that. I like the colors of this. Okay, so they do accent colors. I'm kind of surprised hearing that, to be honest. But I guess I'm not surprised at the same time because TikTok kind of takes everything and doesn't ruin it, but does like kind of like, oh boy, if you like this thing and it becomes trendy, oh boy, guess what? You're never getting that thing at that price ever again. I might give you a treat. This is on top. This is a tippy top. And this inner part, I want it to be this color. Oops. My wife hated when TikTok made her eczema lotion popular. Oh my god, no, that's so valid. Because then, like, where else are you gonna get it? TikTok do be ruining things like that for us sometimes. It do be doing that. It do be doing that. I can't deny this. Look at me in my eyes. Get yourself. Okay, so if I took this lantern and I shoved it smaller, and I put it right there, maybe it doesn't need this. And it does need an outline of this color. Yeah, but then we'd have to make this like a 3. I'm thinking. Oh, you know what? What if it was on top of the branch like this instead? And the days kind of go on underneath it. I think that would look nice. I would just flip this. Yeah. I'm like contemplating whether I want the lantern to be black or not. Like a gray. I feel like that might stand out better. But we'll see. We'll just make it gray for now, I think. Yeah, we'll just make it gray for now. And then we're gonna grab, because the color I'd like for this, because I kind of wanted this all to be just warm wood colors. Oh, that's like a good like outline color though. Let's do like this color. Yeah. Okay, so I'm seeing gradients. Gradients is like a big thing. It's like, this is the most expensive one, if I believe. 75, yeah. 75, okay. Let's do like 3. This doesn't look like it's hanging. I want it to look like it's hanging off. Maybe it's because it did need that like hook. I have this twice. I might just make it a line. Oh wait, no, I'll make it a triangle. I like a triangle shape. But I'm gonna be smart about it. I'm gonna make an actual triangle because I have a triangle tool. Up here, none of this. Actually, no. Okay. It needs to be this way, and then let's go behind the lantern. But I will make it like a 2, and then what we do is layer expand stroke. There we go. Oh, what are you working on? I just got home from getting groceries and I cut my finger open and broke off. Oh my god! Jesus Christ, Gore, are you okay? What the fuck? That's a bit wild, brother. What the fuck? Are you good? I am to answer your question though, I am working on a stream schedule. I was commissioned to do a stream schedule for someone. So I'm just working on that right now. knew I fucked it up though. Redo. It's fine. It's just dangerous to grab plastic for me because I have bad skin. Oh my god, it was plastic? That's crazy. That too was crazy. And fragile nails. No, that's valid. I have fragile nails as well. If I stub my pinky toe, I'll fucking break the nail off. Every time. Every time. I have no escape from it. I never use a stream schedule. I should. I will say having a stream schedule, unless you see it in the right light, is kind of stressful. High-key. Because you're promising... You're not really promising, but you're unspokenly, like, promising things. Even if your community, like, you know, you guys here are quite understanding. Like, if I was like, I don't want to stream today, you guys would be like, okay, I'll go do something else with my day. You know? But I know for a lot of people it can be stressful because it's like, you're, like, promising to stream. Yes, this is what I wanted. Cool. And then we expand the stroke. And then we use this color. Oh. I touched you. One too strong. Touched you. Say what's wrong with me. Too much for you. Oof. Okay. Stream canceled, day ruined. Dude, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be cocky for a second. I'm gonna be cocky. Want me to be cocky for a second? I hope that someday you guys do get fucking sad that I'm not streaming. Like, you'll be like, man, it's Monday, I'm working, and my favorite coworker isn't here. She's not streaming. What the fuck? My day, less great. I want you to have a good day still, even if I'm not there, but I want you guys to be upset. I want you guys to be like, what the fuck, Elaine? I'll be like, I'm sorry. I want that pressure. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Oh. Yeah, that's why I don't make them, because I barely stream nowadays. Bro, I've had people actually act that way because of medical stuff. Damn, fuck them. Fuck those guys, though. I feel that way about the weekend sometimes. All my viewers are pissed that I'm not streaming right now and DM me. It's a lot. What the fuck? That's crazy. I need someone to act as a manager and ask where my chapter is at. Bro, bet. Bet. We could do, like, an inverse. That's every weekend? What do you guys mean? It's okay. We're streaming this weekend, and then we're gonna stream Memorial Weekend for a charity live stream. So, I know you guys probably have plans on Memorial Weekend, but guess what? Elaine's got plans, too. We're gonna give away, if you fucking, so, little titty bits, hold up, little titty bits, on Memorial Weekend, if you're not busy, I'm going to be doing, a charity live stream, just to more spread the word than anything, for those, for veterans of any allied nation with the U.S., and for mental health. They're very big on mental health as well, and, so if we raise $50, we'll be put into a Logitech bundle, and anybody who donates $10 or more will be added into another bundle, because I don't need this stuff, and so if I win, I'll give it to you guys. And then, you know, it'll be pogging. Logitech shit for you guys. Their free art is not because I like me. I'll fuck them up. I probably have plans I don't know about. That's valid. Y'all probably got barbecues and shit. So my break starts that weekend. Yay! 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 If I won, I'd give it to my friend. Yeah, so, like, if we win, like, you know, you guys can have it. They handle shipping. I will say, they handle shipping. I do not pay for shipping. They do not pay for shipping. Logitech themselves, that big corporate company, they pay for the shipping. So it's pretty nice. So, just putting it out there. I will start the campaign a day early and end it the following Monday. Because I know, again, it's Memorial Day weekend. People may have off. People may have plans. So we'll leave the campaign open a day early, a day late. So in case you did want, to donate or anything like that, you don't have to worry about it messing with your plans, because we don't have a specific thing for it, and so anybody who donates will get, like, I'll make a salute emote. I think I might ask Lumon if I can borrow their base, because it would make it a lot faster, and I crapped out my PC for a second. I think they have a salute emote, but anybody that donates will get a salute emote. Oh, that's kind of awesome that you don't have to pay. Yeah, none of it was paid for by anybody but Logitech. So, and I have a Logitech mouse. I used to be a big Logitech nerd. I used to have a headset, a keyboard, a mouse. I was decked out. I kind of moved away from it because I wanted a customizable keyboard and stuff. But hell yeah, if I can give you guys free stuff, I'm so happy for that. But yeah. Also, to be shady, because this is just wrong in so many ways. The lantern on this prior you're drawing, the dang hanging bit, should be actually around the stick, and it triggers me so bad. What do you mean, like, around the stick? It is around the stick. You just don't see that it's like... Wait, do you mean, like... Do you want to be like this? Wait. Do you want it to be like this? I could put a nail. No, I mean on the old one. It's gross. Also, to be shaded just because it's wrong in so many of the lantern on this prior to you drawing yours, the hanging bit should actually be around the stick, and it triggers me. Oh, I'm just photo bashing this shit, man. I'm just using it as reference, you know? It's so bad they didn't even try to make it a listen, man. This was me photo bashing. I was in Canva, man. See this? This is me in Canva. Smile. Because I need references. Do they have a salute emote? I need to message Lumon about this though. So I'm gonna ask. Let me see if they have a salute emote though. I feel like they should. 2, 3, 4. They do. They have an F9. If you want to be realistic, just draw a line, like, on the triangle. Like, you mean, like, in the center? Like this? What is happening? Where's that? Oh, it's because it's a line. I'm dumb. Expand stroke. Like that? If you think that looks better, I'm totally here for it. What the fuck is that? Also, this is, like, too different. That's how camping ladders hang from stuff. Yeah, that's valid. I was trying to go for, like, that minimalist look, but it's also hard because I'm not minimalist. Because, like, the person that commissioned me had this, like, little portfolio of stream schedules that they like, so I'm, like, kind of going off of that. Let me DM Lumon. Let me look them up on Twitter. Hold on. Taki me. Takimiku. What the fuck? I'm not following them. Can be used for absolutely anything without restricting. Again, do not edit the watermark when they posted 48 minutes ago. The tism in me was like, Lord have mercy, but it looks like there's garbage. Just the photo bashing made me yell. No, that's valid. Honestly, if you ever see anything like that, please let me know. No, yeah, I just photo bashed that shit. I was wondering. I'm doing a charity live stream for Stack Up, which is a group for veterans and mental health. And I wanted to draw everyone that donates a salute emote. And I was wondering if it's okay to use your base for that. Thank God. I thought it was like something that person owned and they got like scammed on Fiverr, asked you to make it actually good. Yeah, no, I like using Canva as a reference. Lemon tag. I like the little lemon. Look at this little lemon. It's so kumquat shaped. I like it. Alright, did you do okay? I forgot to post a comment. Fuck. Could you do Commander Discordia? You better weekend can. I should use it because I guess in hand drawn it like ugh. Is it free? The emotes are all free. These are all free to use emote bases and you can use them for whatever. I like to ask just in case. Cuz you can use them for whatever and I think as long as you credit Canva. Canva is free. I have a paid subscription. So a lot of these icons and stuff are free. You can make a lot of nice shit in Canva for free. I have it paid because I just like Canva. In Canva, you can use for literally anything. Whatever commercial shit you want to do with it does not matter. They are like, have fun. Even if you have a free license. So I'm like, support. All the pork. I need the background color. Some soon ago. Yeah, I just like Canva a lot. It's nice. Some paradise. 1920 by 1080. Okay, I'm gonna look into that when I do my assets because it's sometimes hellish the past few times I have to make things. Yeah. A lot of not a lot, but a lot of like stream graphic makers use Canva and they just sell the stuff because they have a lot of really nice assets and you can just sell them. It doesn't matter. It's got a Creative Commons license of 0, pretty sure. So I know a lot of those types of websites are getting overran with AI and copyrighted assets. I hope to God they ain't. Let me tell you what, if that happens to my Canva, I don't know. I'm gonna end it. I can't. I've been using Canva for so long. They do have like AI stuff in it, but you don't have to use it. And I don't know. It like takes from their repertoire of things that they have, so now I'm nervous. Now I gotta make sure that their thing is still the same. Canva copyright. The creator of the original, you're also its copyright holder. But if you're a third party, use the content for the on demand. I think AI should just be used for doctors. Yeah, or like, my favorite use of AI in a good moral way was Spider-Verse. You know how fucking bitchin' it would be? Bitchin' in a negative. Let me tell you right now, in a negative way, how bitchin' it would be in a negative way. To draw every single accent line that they had to do to make this shit look cartoony. So what they did is they fed their own art, into an algorithm, an AI algorithm that would find, contour points on the model, right? Like, for example, this ear, this lip, the jacket, and then, like, it would do it for them. And it didn't take away from anybody's jobs. You know what it did instead? It let the artists do other shit so they could have time to do more shit and make the movie so good. And so that's all I'm going to say about that. It's a really good example of how AI can be used for good because they used their own art. They didn't use anybody else's art. No one lost their jobs over it. Just made them more efficient. I blame hustle culture fully embracing AI and getting even scammier. Oh yeah, hustle culture can die. Like, I get it. I'm hustling too. Don't get me wrong. I'm hustling. I'm streaming every day, hustling. I'm trying to get those viewers. I'm trying to become a streamer full time. I'm hustling too. But I'm not gonna scam you. The biggest scam that you're gonna get is a sleeping stream someday. Because I'm gonna sleep on this stream and you're gonna sleep with me. And the scam is you have to sleep with me and you have to be here when I wake up. Oh yeah, they use AI. Now I'm kind of disappointed, not gonna lie. Because it means that it's a technology, so I'm not a hater. I just really thought it was hand done. Are you talking about Spider-Verse or Canva? Because for Canva, a lot of their assets, like these graphic assets, are made by hand or made by someone. Like, if you look at them, it's like, oh, it's made by this person. Spider-Verse, oh yeah. I enjoy the craft of hand-making stuff, but I'm not like, wow, geez, boy, the cool movie or cool game used AI because that's technology and you can use that. Yeah, Spider-Verse only used it, from what I'm aware of, for the lines. Like, they originally had their artists doing it, but then their artists were like, I think I want to die. They're like, I don't want to draw every line of every frame for this movie. And they're like, you know what, valid. Maybe we can get some technology because we're in the 21st century to help us. And then they did. And it's great. And I think that's great. And I think that was a positive use of it. But, you know, whatever. Hustle culture. Fuck it. I hate people that use AI to scam people. That's it, to be honest. Yeah, and people that complain get on my nerves because AI is technically a craft as well for professional artists and game industries. Yeah, like, for example, a really good use of AI, and hold on, my face tracking is weird. A really good use of AI in video games, for example, in the game I used to work on, we had six main boss characters, maybe more, probably more, okay? And the marketing, we had such a small team that I was both a 3D artist and the marketing team and like a bunch of other things. But if they could have had someone else do the marketing art, that would have been great. But we couldn't. So we were thinking we would take a bunch of poses, a bunch of pictures of characters we made in our art, in our style that we owned, fed it to an AI so it could give us marketing stuff. And I thought that was really a good idea, but we never got to it. So... And there was also a guy working there that wanted to use AI for bad, so he could suck my fucking cock. So, yep. I see what Spider-Verse did, at least less AI and more a mapping type tool. Yeah, like, it just, I think it's hard because, like, AI, it's like drugs. Drugs aren't inherently bad. But because so many bad people use drugs for bad things, a lot of people think drugs are bad. You know? Weapons aren't bad. Weapons can be used for good. But because we have idiots that use it for stupid things, it unfortunately is saturated in bad. You know? Just shit like that. Okay, that's my TED Talk for today about AI, because I don't super like talking about it, but I kind of got heated a little bit, because I just wanted to. Because I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it, Grandpa. I'm tired. Tired. Soft light. I think my message was too long, or if I'll just DM you, yeah, I got you. But I feel the same, yeah. Like, it can be used for so much good, but it's just, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of the... Like, a really good example of this as well. still like PvP, but I honestly just don't care. There's not enough artists on this planet. As long as they are not to give me something. Yeah, no, I fucking agree, Gore. Yeah, no, I fucking agree. Like, that, you and I have the same stance. I did see a funny TikTok that was like, I have AI food now, and when showing a bottle of A1 steak sauce. What? Why they gotta bring the A1 steak sauce? Ooh, steak do sound good, though. But yeah, I'm tired of it. I guess I'll highlight it on it quickly, because I guess I'm not that tired. Frosty Tools. We can't use Frosty Tools anymore because they have this weird ass, bunk ass new feature that I was informed of by one of my mutuals. And it's gross. It's gross and I don't want to use it anymore because of that. It's this. And like, there's a bit of drama about it, so I had to step away from it. But I liked Frosty Tools. I thought it was cute that it could, like, personally shout out the raiders that came in. I thought that was really neat. But I did the... Yeah. That's all I gotta say. Dad core is Tism humor. Oh, yeah. Dad core's great. I love dad jokes. Dad jokes are great. Need more of that. Let's have more of that, you know? Gradients. This needs to be black. We're all just fathers in training. If autistic, yeah, dude. It needs to be screen. Alright. I think that looks cute. I think... How would this look with this? Well... Once again, why I'm the dad and Mark is the lesser mother. Yeah. I agree. I like being the kid. Favorite song, and you know it's okay. Outer shadow, offset. I don't really want it to be like soft, I think. Maybe I do. Maybe I'm a liar. Oh, speaking of, saw something of the owner, speaking of something, the owners of the dog didn't give the dog treats, so he looked up their phone number and the store all creepy like, and we bought, yay! Yippee! Now I gotta have dog treats! Yay! I'm so happy. Good puppies deserve good dog treats. That's nice. I'm glad. Like a Coraline side character, it does. Okay. Oh, no. Down. All down. Okay, I just gotta flip. Like fancy freeze dried shit, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah. He prim and proper boy. Yeah, prim and proper boy. That's not so bad. I'm not mad about this, I think. I think I might do a little blurring on this, though. Just a little bit, because I don't like how hard the bottom is. Just a little bit, and then probably just a little less. I think I like that, but I don't know how I feel about the color. God damn it, did I close it? I did close it. This one feels like it's got good colors too. Get out of my face. I'm just glad because it's already semi-shitty. He can't be on his schedule because of me healing, so why you gotta... Yeah, that's valid. Sign up to download! Bro, please leave me alone. I just want some colors, man. Oh, God. There it is. I found it. I found it. Cool. Alright. Also, my grandma might get a kid to do the backyard because I told her it's dumb. He's foraging in the yard. Just go find a place to piss. To go to find a place to piss. I hope your guilt tripping works too. And then a kid can just do it. Because honestly, that's good summer money. As summer comes around, on God, that is good ass summer money. So, I kind of want to make this glow a little bit. So this one, take that off. And these images are cool. Yeah, they're from the client. The client is the one that sent me these images. This hot orange color. I want the other one. This one. That color. And radius. Billie Jean cause a scene. Like fantasy is sick. Yeah, I like it too. Okay, that's why. Okay. Inner glow. Oh shit, we want that same color. 178246. 178246. 178246. There we go. Also because we watched Shrek again. Yeah, that's valid. We need to watch the next one. The next one is my favorite one. I just have to decide if I want to watch it and stream because I'm also streaming this week on the weekend. Can I like make it like more of a glowy effect? I kind of like the color dodge effect. Cute. Go in there. No, I do like that. But the color of these are more cream, no? A bit more. I don't know if I like the orange. I think I might change it to a yellow. Like a golden color. Yeah, I like something like that. Yeah, I like that more. Okay. You can go away now. And then this branch, and then I need this guy because he has my all of my spacing. Oh, you know what? I forgot to do something on the branch. I want to add like little accents here. So it looked like different parts of the branch. Billie Jean is not my lover. It's a girl who thinks that. There we go. Overlay. Yeah, boy. There we go. Ooh. I'm gonna do it on the other side. Hell yeah, okay. Now we're good. Oh wait, I forgot the leaf. Keep forgetting things. I had a big leaf in here. I think I just want to reuse that one. See, I'm calling a guy like you. Good morning. I'm rolling. Oh. Oh my god, child screaming. I feel like there's more kids around this year than there was last year over the summer. More families moved in this year. You forgore? What did you forgore? I got my Fireboy back, so he... Yay! Yay! I'm so excited! Congrats! I'm very excited for you. 6 down, slipping under with a taste of a boy. This person was mega nice about it. That's great! I'm so glad. I'm hype for you! Hype, 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 hype! Dude, don't you know that you're toxic? There we go. To give you up, I took a sip from my devil's cup. You slowly went on me. This way. I think it's more. I don't have 2 of these. Fuck. No. With your taste. Oops. I'm 6, I'm slipping under. Okay, I just gotta get the big one back. I fucked up. There we go. Oh, I'm very hyped, but I swear nobody reads file names, so they asked for all 18 artists icon for the arts it had. Thankfully, I know them all by heart because I'm saying, at least you know. At least you know. Alright, now it has a leaf, and I'm happy again. I can introduce these guys. Shoot the whoop, shoot the whoop, the whoop, the. Might have scared them. I'm sure you're okay. Shoot the whoop, shoot the whoop, shoot the whoop, the whoop, the whoop. And then the third one. Oh, here I go. Okay. I think that's even. Hold on, bring that down. What is happening? Oh, I also fixed my hair to have the optical illusion effect I wanted. Since the ref was 2 years old, I was dumb and didn't think to mimic the damn fire on the sleeves coming. Coloring, I mean, that's valid. Oh, but you're getting a new ref, so it's gonna be okay, you know? Let me see. I like it. It looks cute. Cute. I think this is good. I think these branches are a little bit low, though. There we go. I know it's gonna be a little bit. Excuse me? 2, 3. What the fuck? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What the fuck happened? I'm bad at math? Am I bad at math? I'm so bad at math. Fuck! A lot before I got my groceries. I'm glad. Got shit done today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, fuck. Fuck. 3, 4. Should be like this. 3. Oh, it should be this. Yeah, there we go. Looks cute. I like it. 4, 5, 6. Need one more. Fuck. Yeah, I'm playing for one more. This one doesn't have a leaf. What do you mean? Ooh. There you go. I needed it for like stuff, and honestly, it's so hard not to draw. No, that's so valid. I think if I couldn't do things on my computer like I normally do, I'd be pretty antsy. There we go. There we go. That's cute. They're not evenly spaced. That look very clean, the stick. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we're able to stretch it out pretty neatly. Actually, they might be. I can't fucking tell. Screaming. It's fine. It's fine. I don't want to think about it. I do want to think about it. What is happening? That scared me! Okay. Okay. So it's like 28.8. So then we want this one to be away by 28.8. 30, okay. We're doing 30 then. It's gonna piss me off if they're not. Guides. Could I do like 7? Outline 0. 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What the fuck? What the fuck? One, 2, 3, 4. What is happening? What is this? Why is it weird? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 7 minus 11 is 4. I think that can work. Okay, so this guy can go here. The bottom of it to be there. I fucked up. Where are my guides? So 11 minus 2. Where are you like this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's kind of secret, but if you just put a red dot in the lines, it makes it easier to gauge the spacings. What? Where the fuck? I want to hide the guides. Where are the guides? Oh my god, that was a menu. Yeah, right. What? I added another one. No. Alright, I'm cheating. I'm cheating. I'm gonna do it this way. 1080. Oh wait, no, I could just do it this way. 154. I changed my mind. Okay, I want to do it there and there. Deciding on how to do this was always a bitch for me. Okay, 27.1. Oh! Wait, can I just do it this way? Boop. Calculator. It would be plus 30 be 83. What? I guess I could do it like this, actually. I get that much. So it's 50? No! It's not how math works. 203 minus 53. It's 150. So plus 203, 353. It's just I like to do it my math. I want it to be pixel perfect, and it makes me scream if it's not. 503. Yeah, math. 653. Woo. Plus 150, 803. I don't even care about us. 953. 953. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop. Nice. No, I do this too, and I'll just say it out loud like you're doing it in my chat. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you don't understand. There's calculations going on right now. And they'll be like, it looks exactly the same. Like, no, it's not. Yeah, no, I don't like it. Because then, like, if someone is using, like, when they do their stream schedule, if they're doing, like, a, something that's, like, already calculating, like, the center of each box, then it'll be a bitch for them. When they go to do it. And then I'm gonna do one other variant because they said they might want to have it for their debut. Du hast mich. And I just do this. And then they can have like a whole section for it. List. No, for real, it's very annoying and it needs to be perfect. Yeah, I know. It was like, if the program can make it perfect, why can't I? Alright, cool. Cool. I don't need this anymore. Actually, no, I do need that because I want to make it. This is a song I listened to when I had diarrhea on stream and light instead I had a phone call. Damn, just gotta out yourself like that. That's crazy. That's an interesting perspective though, because like you would never know if a streamer's like, I have to take a phone call. You would never know if they have to take a phone call or if they have to take like a massive shit. You know, it could be either. You know, and you can't really blame them for that little white lie. You know. So my stream or community, I will leak. Hell yes. We get all the gore secrets. Yippee. I also just tell my chat everything a lot of times, so it's a mood. Variety is when I get excited, it's embarrassing. Hey, it's, you know, it's just how it is. Sometimes that's just how the body wanna function. Du hast. Du hast mich. I don't know if I want to make it lighter. I think I do. I think I do. I think it looks cute. And I just gotta lighten this up. Du hast mich. This is not going in the center of it. Makes me upset. Du fragt. No, but this was like fighting for my life diary. Like when we were all playing Repo and I was gone for the. That's valid. Your stomach was just like, fuck you. You want to fight for your life in Repo? I'll fucking fight for your life on the toilet, brother. Doesn't happen sometimes. Alright, where am I putting this leaf? This leaf is going here. Make it a little bit bigger. I'm putting it there. So that way they can have the stream schedule. And we'd have to provide a font, I think, that wouldn't be too harsh. Stream date. Alright, we're gonna turn that off now. I'll play again soon so I get antsy watching everyone else. No, that's valid. I want you to play too. It's okay, when you're all healed up, we can play every time. Every week. Okay, I think I'm not gonna have this branch. That branch looks stupid. I might draw this. I'll draw it with my mouse. I'm too lazy to get my tablet right now. Don't tell Pixels. There we go. And then we're gonna offset it. We have to offset it like this because there's a tree. So this will go here. Let's go mouse art. I have more control over my mouse personally. I shouldn't be because I'm like, my wrist kind of has been hurting, but it's just a fucking tree. It's not gonna take me that long. Oh, look at your little guy. I'm eating all the treats, aka an entire package of graham crackers, and then later I will have a donut I bought. Yum. Donut sounds great. I wanted a donut the other day. I craved sugar today. Hey, probably because you're happy. Because you're happy. I crave sugar when I'm happy. Alright, this is gonna have to be the same color as this, but I don't fucking remember what color this is. It's that color, okay. Do you have a squishy wrist thingy over your arm when you do the mouse stuff, or no? Because mine hurts because of that. No, I don't have any. I don't have anything on. I don't have any squishy wrist thingy. I just kind of exist. I don't know if I'm going to give this like a wood pattern, but I might. I might. Okay, let's just do this one really quick. This one, and then this. Give me the color. Okay, cool. Alright, let's see how this looks. Bro, you're gonna damage your wrist. Get one. But I'm happy today, so my grandma better stay in her lane. Yeah, we'll beat her up. We'll beat her up. I wonder if I should make this a combined shape, if I would like that more. Boop. I think I would. I think I do like this more because it's a combined shape now. Thanks. Okay, so now we have the tree wood, and then I want to take the effect from the branch. Yeah, like that. But because it is okay, I have to get my tablet. She was super mad I was tired yesterday because I hung out, so I said, these people make me happy, so stop being jealous. I know, right? Imagine being jealous of having people that care about you. Imagine not having people who care about you. Crazy. It's crazy. Alright. I have to wait for it to register that my tablet's plugged in. There we go. There's a bunny in the sea. Oh, who he really likes is a different species. She'll rip your heart out. I don't know if I'll like this. I just kind of want to try it. And I already don't like it. Hold on. Since this is a schedule, do you have a fun effect you can put on the background to make it look like paper, like a paper texture? Oh, yeah, I can. Yeah, I could do that. That's not hard. I actually have paper textures that I bought I can use for whatever. I'm gonna delete this guy. And then only knows her name. I'll text back for a day or two. Says he deserves someone better. She's ever loved, and he sounds really fucking dumb. Stupid. Okay. I don't like this guy, and I don't like this guy's placement. Ew. No, you're too close to the edge, buddy. There you go. There we go. I found a person on VGen that sells backgrounds that are ready to be rigged, which I forget's a thing. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I mean, any piece of art can be rigged as long as it's split. If you need me to rig that, boy, would I ever love rigging that, though. I would love to rig more environments. Or just, like, animated people. Yeah, dude. I would, honestly, though, I would love to, like, rig more, like, animated things. I think they're fun. Like, when I did my starting soon and my ending screen, it was a lot of fun. I like them a lot. And the more beautiful sounds. Madness dies in the end. Okay. Now it's time to do the back tree. I don't like that. In the cage of my ribcage. I'll keep that in mind because I might go with them since it's within my pressure. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. This goes behind the tree. Ooh.
Animate these nuts. I saw a low-hanging fruit.
Damn, okay. Wow, got me on that one. Shit. Was not expecting the BLT clapback, bro. Although, I do want to maintain like you, you did and pay you to rig mine. Hell yeah, dude. I could do that. It'd be fun. Like rigging little guys. Your nuts are stolen, yes. Pixels, your father technically said you're not allowed to have nuts because he says it looks weird. Yeah, I think that looks good. And then we could have a smaller one going here. Would you prefer my fire creature or my demons? I am fine with either. I'm fine with either. Either one of them will work fun. Either one will be fun for me. This is the tree, and then I need to turn this off really quick because I need to give all of these that kind of effect. There we go. I'm gonna do like a sub thing in it. Maybe I'll do the fire because he's like a dog, so you can animate him panting or something. Yeah, I could do the little that'd be fun. I was gonna do it for Kimchi. Kimchi was gonna have a tongue, but I got lazy. Someday Kimchi will be born. Someday. Still pregnant with him. This one. Excuse me. Paper protectors. No. Maybe, no. This one. He's just fermenting it. He's gonna take a while to ferment. Oh my god, this is big. Go away. Oh my god. To be fair, birth usually takes 9 months. He might take more. We'll see. Let's see. Do I want to put it on top of everything? That's kind of cool. View guides. I'll make it lesser though. Same with the one at the bottom. I don't really want it to be all that. Joyride. I think it looks kind of cool on top of everything because it looks aged. Yeah. Let me flip it though. Flip. There we go. Because I don't want too much rough texture like this shit on this side because there's already so much detailed. So, cool. Nowhere to start, sweet music played in the dark. You are foolish, heart, don't ruin this on me. Ref. We'll call this the overlay. Hold on, I can't. I don't have enough room on my desk. Even though I have this nice 3D printed thing that Pixels made me, I have to move my keyboard. There we go. Now I can do it. Okay, cool. Okay. And then they can put whatever picture they want there. We're missing. I need to do some extra lanterns. Because I know your perfections. One of your stick doesn't have a leaf on. God damn it! Thank you. What the fuck? What happened to your leaf? Is this the middle one? It is. Dog. It was not intentional. Ooh. Nope, wrong one. I think I keep accidentally deleting leaves. Which I'm not super surprised about. That's cute. I like that. Okay, so this is gonna go in the tree layer. This is the stream date. This is the list. I'm wondering if a floral pattern would look nice. Okay. Actually, give me the tweed. Go in the background. Nowhere to start, sweet music played in the dark. Don't ruin the song. But nowhere to start, sweet music played in the dark. Don't ruin the song. I think I make it a little bit fainter and squish it. Oh my god. mad about it. It's becoming less and less minimal as I add more stuff, but I think that's okay. This isn't our first time. The thing about this is the details don't matter as much because it's a fucking tree, bro. Spread them out more. There we go. I don't know how I feel about this. Oh, my eye itches. Oh, fuck. Oh. I think I just like the singular one, I think. I liked this one being over here. This is more is less. And then... Destiny. And this guy, which we just take the... No. Then... Is this is a group, so let's do that. Tree base. This can go down here. And then I want to take this guy. Not that guy, this guy. And then flip him. Put him behind the tree. And then take this guy, put him on top. Do it like that. A little bit smaller though, I'd say. Not there though. Rotate him. There we go. Now he's like a more full tree. Yeah. It's kind of cute. And then, actually, the tree should be on top, I think. And we're gonna rasterize this guy, put him on top. References, the tree, the stream date. Save as... I forgot to save this. Give. Stream schedule Fincanine. There we go. My destiny. This will be Monday. Actually, let's just do an M. What the fuck? Give me the text. Yeah, okay, now I just gotta get a font that works with it. I feel like this wouldn't look too bad, especially if it's stretched. Yeah, I kind of like that. And if we made it like this color, a bit brighter. And then I would give it this. Oh, wrong one. This one. Yeah. I have Monday. Tuesday. Stretch it out a bit more. Monday goes Monday. Call it Monday. Woo! Can't stop. Monday, and I've got Tuesday. Wednesday. Oops. Yeah, let's do all these first. Today's moment and don't come to it. I like it. Yeah, I do. Wanders. H. Ooh. So it'll be between me and this monster. That's perfect. I mean, I can't conquer it. Conquer me in the head. Talking. Sleep talking. And then S-A. Ooh. Oh. Oh my god. These can get squished in there a little bit. There we go. And then this just needs a U instead of an A. And squish it a little bit more. On a day that I will make you a regular civilian. These aren't those. I'm gonna back. There you go. The fucking children. Fun kid. Is it relates that? And then Tuesday. Wednesday. Friends with the monster that's under my bed. Look at the voices inside of my head. Friday. Oops. Oops. Sunday. Cool. And then we need this, which will be, what did they write for it? It was like, oh. Let's do this. And we're gonna grab this color. Are we gonna grab that color? I think what that guy needs is one of these. Yeah, there we go. Month. Actually, I shouldn't be doing things like that. I just remembered. So I don't know how they'll read as a Photoshop file. Oh, this should be wider because like February, for example. I think that's the longest month. I'm just guessing. So it should be like this. And I would prefer it to be all capital, so it'd be like this month is May. It should be like that. But it should be centered. Nope, centered text. And then we center this. And this is the month. I might do a different font for this though. I like this one. Blinky star. Honestly, I do that for all of these. Blinky star. Yeah, that's way more legible as like a font. So then we'll do this guy here and this guy here. Squish this guy. Might scoot this out a little bit actually. No, that one's fine. This one goes across a bit more. Ooh, that is not. I see. Yeah, actually, come here. Go back like this. I like the M a lot. This one can go back into Tuesday. I just don't want. Actually, I changed my mind. Look at Elaine going back and forth as usual. There you go. And then I'd have another one. Yeah, I like that. Okay. This goes down. Switch over that way. There you go. Oh, I might redo this again. Let's keep Saturday. Well, like, let's do Sunday. These get leveled. And Sunday. Oops. Sunday. Doesn't have that glow though. Does it? Apparently it does. Just not as prevalent, I guess. Center. I don't know how to feel about it Cause it's kind of like small. It's small. I don't know how to feel about it. I could do FR. I could do every day with a second letter, actually. That would fix it. I feel like you guys are dirty liars. I feel like you guys don't have... Oh, you know why? It's because it's so fucking big. I think that one's fine. Yeah, there you go. Boop. Boop. And Sunday. Here we go. And this one. Lit up my mind. It must come to an end. Look at you now. And I don't know how. Suddenly lose control. Fire inside my soul. Just one look and I could get a ring. One more look and I could get everything. Whoa, whoa. What do you mean this one's too big? Ah! Mamma mia. What do you mean that one's too big? I missed ya. Yeah, I've been broken hearted. Ooh, since the day we parted. Why did I ever let you go? Mamma mia. Yeah, you really know why I should never let you go. I've been crazy and sad about the things that you do. Oh, I made up my mind that you went through. Oops. You go. But you slammed the door, I think you know. I won't be away too long. I know I'm not that strong. Looking, I can hear a bell ring. One more look and I can forget everything. Whoa, whoa, mamma mia. Go again, my eye. How could I resist ya? Mamma mia. Why? There's a child screaming. Started, since the day we started. Should be a leaf. Leaf. Every now and ever. Stream date. Should be time zone. I've been broken hearted. Blue since the day we parted. Why would I ever let you go? Mamma mia. Why I could never let you go. And then we can have the dates, which I would do. Just copy one of these. Week. And this guy would become thinner and tall. It's like this guy. Oh, one. Oops. There you go. Cute. Then I might scoot these guys up just a little bit because I feel like they're a little too far down. There you go. You can. I feel like these should be the same color. Yeah, and then fireflies. Yeah. A tree list. This is a reference, and the fireflies are super easy. So I would have them be a very similar color to this. And then they just need a little bit of this. Ooh. It's very not orange. There we go. The outer glow should be more. There we go. Let's do like one there. If it's an introvert out of my room, smile and clean. Isn't it weird to be so mean? I guess I've grown hard. I guess I'm human no more. Well, I wrote it in your brain. Well, you see you fashion fists. I'm a crazy bitch. Do you? View guides, your guides. All right, this is. I think this is done now. These are the fireflies. I just gotta do my thing that I do for whips. Oh Lord. It in your brain. It may look a little bit much, but you know what? It's gonna be okay. To the dead. I might just do one. I might just do one because I'm lazy. Because it's already got so much texture on it, it'll be fine. Alright, export, export. Save. Close. Because now we're going to move into video editing once I send them the update. Actually, I just realized something. Okay. Give me this. Saw those sick twigs? Yeah, you like my sick twigs? You like my sick twigs? You? These are credits. Why are you so enthusiastic about twigs? Silly. Fucking great, thank you. Artist. Art by doing great. What's happening? Why are you aggressively loving me? Ah! I hope you're having a good meeting. Yeah, good meeting. I'm glad. I'm doing deals with a stranger on Twitter because they're cute and I want to help. Valid. This look goddamn. Aw, thank you. I hope the client likes it. Credits, stream date, tree. Okay, because they can put the art here. And they have to have socials, right? Nope. Okay. No, this one. Yep. Save. Downloads. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop, boop. Close. Here's a whip. Here is a whip. Got it. Going to start putting all the pieces of the doc together next week. We're almost done. Yippee! I'm excited to format it. I always scared until my client tells me, even when I like it, it's suffer. Unless they like go overboard and like almost spam their keyboard, I think they think it's okay most of the times. Here's a whip. It's basically it has. Oh, I didn't take an alt version. I didn't take a picture of the alt version. This is horrible. I don't like the thing. It says shoot a cat. Just watch it. Okay. Is it pissing? Bro's pissing on me. Gore. 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 They pissed on me. They pissed on me. What the fuck? But very few people fast smash their keb. Oh, face smash their key, but I guess. Well, on my Twitter, it's dragging and I hate it. That's crazy. That is crazy, dude. Schedule 2, and then I can send them both. There's an alt version, so you can list out the details for your anniversary. Events. You know, if you'd like anything edited. Okay. I'm gonna do this. The best thing about commissioning me, you get all my time. You get all my motherfucking time. This goes in serotonin, I think. Oh. Okay. What is this? Okay, this is better. Insider trading and money laundering is so cute. I love this. Tax evasion, bribery, fraud, money laundering, embezzlement, and inside trading. That's very cute. I like it. That's very cute. They're a whole family. To repay for the piss, thank you. White collar crimes. That's so cute. That's so cute. I love it. It's very cute. There we go. Those doggos looking silly. They're so cute. I like this one. I would get this one, I think. It's a tie, because he looks kind of calm, but he look cute. Oh, my cat. Hold on, I'm gonna get my cat. I miss my cat. Moira, I miss you. Come sleep in my office. Come take a little nap in my office. Hello. Take this blankie off. Let's take this blankie off. Move your paws. There you go. You take a nap in here? Didn't I sit here? You take a nap in here? I missed you. My cat's been sleeping in like the window bed in the kitchen. You would like the other. What's wrong with him? What the fuck? What's wrong? There's nothing wrong with him. He's just like a little guy. He's being submissive. He's putting his ears back in submission. That's why. Alright, my cat's chilling. I feel at peace now. Refresh. Cool. Alright. Can't believe tomorrow's Friday. To do a stream schedule mission. I can just check that off. I post that, but I didn't post this. Save. And now we can go to video editing. I want to take a little breaky poo and play some New York Times games, though. You gonna hang out with me, Momo? She's like, I'm thinking about it. Alright. I want to listen to this one. Oh, wait, no, it's from the DJ. Never mind. I thought it was because it was in my like songs, but never mind. We're fine. New York Times. Hoping that you do. Adjective that rhymes with sheesh or pitch, depending on who you ask. What adjective that rhymes with sheesh or pitch, depending on who you ask? Okay. Sheesh. I don't know. Colossal blank. Marine animal. Oh, is squid. Some spouses. Bill's time traveling partner of film. Letter meaning don't click this. Letters meaning NSFW. Damn, we got wow. You can take this job. So I quit. Oh, it's gonna be niche, isn't it? Yeah. Feature of a wine curve. Added to payroll. Hired. Dryer's ice cream on the East Coast. I don't know. Furry. Oh, wives. Ah, not bad. Billy and Ted. I don't know who they are. One across is niche. I got it. I did it. Caterpillar? Oh no! Isn't that caterpillar? That was caterpillar. Damn. Heart. Cart. Pillar? Crap. Trap. Pear. You're leaving? Don't leave. Don't you want to hang out with me? Don't you want to hang out with Mama? Don't you want to hang out with me? Why would you leave? I could give you scritches. You can talk to me. Talk to the walls. You okay? Okay. She good. LARP? LARP might be a word. Are you gonna leave me? LARP is not a word. Carp. Tarp. You okay? Did I bump into you? Good baby. I love you. I love you so much. Will you help me? Will you help me spell the letters? Moira, what is talk? Talk. Oh. Look at this little belly. Look at this real badly. Oh, trail, rail. Rail, rail. Layer. Oh, liar. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Yeah, we did it. Hi, baby. I know you don't want to be held right now, but I miss you. You don't hang out with me anymore. You like to stay in the kitchen where it's quiet. Because mom and dad have been having so many meetings. But I miss you. Okay, you can go now. She's like, I want to leave. I don't want to be here, Mom. I want to go hang out in the kitchen. She can figure out how to open the door, which she should. I'm surprised they didn't count talc since it's a mineral. Is that where talcum powder comes from? Talc is an natural mineral partly composed of magnesium silicate. So where talcum powder comes from? Talcum powder? And cancer. Whoa. Let's do audio. Great start. Pears? Pears? Also great start. Claw. No. This word sucks. Clack. Clack? Ranch? We already have an R, though. We already used R. And C's not in there, as we just learned. Okay. What the heck? What the hecky heck? Maybe B-A-L? Bombs? We already know it's on S. We really gotta stop using S. Oh, bagel. Oh, bagel. Bagel. But what? Is this a word? Is bala a word? It's like a Middle Eastern churro. Okay. Ball. Balmy? That could work. Yo! Kiwi got it. Yippee! That was dumb. Well, that's fancy. Long. Wait, there's schlong. Wait, schlong. So I almost say the word great sex right here. Hang. Oops. Have snazzy. Oh, lavish. Oh, let's hit lavish. Exquisite. Exquisite is with a G. Gray. I still see have a great sex right here. I can't unsee it. Gaudy. Extra. I don't want to do that. Extravagant. Yay. Shiny. Ooh, shiny. Ooh, shiny. I don't know any more fancy words. Rocks. So I like the song. I'm gonna use a hint. That helped none. I'm guessing. Oh, it's deluxe. Oh my god. Wait, then what's this one? The Torn? Nortea? Teroni? Thank you, Kiwi. Yay, same brain cell. And Roten? No. Orton? Natro? What the fuck? I don't know what this word is. I'm like guessing. Ooh. Okay, I'm looking up fancy words. Words that mean fancy. Desire, want, noun, verb, adjective. I'm looking for adjective, aren't I? Fancy, scientifically attractive. Noun. Yortina. I don't know what this word is. Intricate, frou-frou, spiffy, fancy, adjective. Complex. What the fuck? Words made with these letters. Roten. Ornate? Oh, god damn it. I could have sworn I did ornate. What do you mean? I could have sworn I did ornate. Like that, this pattern of them? I could have sworn I did this shape of them. Whatever. God damn it. Ornate's a stupid word anyway. Excuse me. Pen, cup, joy, wick, chop, candle, ocean, dice, yard, pencil, author, bond, compose, Jones, scoreboard, right. We're very Rotan, aren't we? Yes, we're very Rotan. I don't even know what Rotan means, but I agree. Chop, dice. Compose, author, write. Pencil? Like, these are like writing. Like, you know. Damn! Oh, pen? I don't know. I feel like James Bond, James Jones. I don't know any other James. Pen instead of pencil. We'll try it. Pen. Ah! Good shit. Good shit, Kiwi. I second guessed myself, but I believed in you. Yeah, to pen something. Is James Ocean someone? James Bond, James Jones, James Joy, James Bond. I think James Bond and I don't know. Chop, candle, ocean, dice, pencil, cup, bond. Frank Ocean? But Frank Ocean and James Bond aren't really like paired together, right? I don't know what any of these have to do with one another. Yard, pencil, cup, scoreboard, gold things? Golf? Yard, pencil, cup, scorecard? John Wick, James Bond, Indiana Jones? Oh, like J names? John Wick, James Bond, Frank Ocean, fuck it. Yeah! What the fuck? Heroes of... who the fuck is Ocean, though? Okay, so the other one was Yard, Pencil, Cup, and Scorecard. From the Ocean's 11? Okay. I was wondering. Okay, so one of these is wrong. Yard, Pencil, Scorecard, Cup. Maybe not Yard? Chop. Wait, what? I see it. What do you see? What do you see? What do you see in the heart of the cards? Pixels? Okay, I was thinking chop and dice, but I don't know anymore. Yeah, I feel like chop and dice go together too, but... It's here in my... I like chop. I think chop like when you miss a goal. Oh, okay. But then what would what would we remove? Cup maybe? Like this maybe? Okay, so it's cup. Is it this one? Not cup golf. Has a cup. Oh! Yardstick, candlestick. Yardstick, candlestick. Chopstick. Wait, hold on. Yardstick, candlestick, chopstick. Is joystick a thing? Chopstick, cupstick, scorecard, dice stick, joystick. Joystick is a thing. It's a thing on the controller. I did it! Yay! Yay! Needs for playing Yahtzee. It was Yahtzee? Not golf? Cup, dice, pencil, scorecard. Oh yeah, I guess so. Yay! We did it! That's fucked. We got this one though, because I kept thinking chop, and I was like, chop something maybe, and I kept thinking chop suey, and then like, I don't know, I just saw yard and then candle, and I was like stick, and then we did it, chat. All right, now I gotta edit videos. I've been lazy and not editing videos, but we need to edit videos. Edit labels. This one. Clipping's gonna be the hardest one, so I want to do that one last. Because I feel like I did stuff I don't want to do. The hard work. I did a lot of hard work already. So I'm gonna start with other video first. He starts from Infinite Works. Works for me! Works for me! Yeah. Okie dokie. Give me the Da Vinci. The Da Vinci. Give. Yeah, there we go. I gotta do timeline, create subtitles, a singular one, create. But. Over, I keep running over the world we knew. One side me 915. World we knew. No. Okay. Are they on sign? Open this. Okay. But leave the head pat. Run over, I keep going over the world we knew. Days when you used to love me. I'll be on sign. Go. On the moon. There's streams for a reason. From a dream was too much. Balatro. Player. World. Coca-Cola. My guess negative 0.6. Yeah. I just had to do the USB flip 4 fucking times and I dropped it too. I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry it was me to you. Alright, we're gonna lurk. I'm just gonna do a maincoow sip lurk. Upload. Oh, Zoe's offline too. Fuck. Oh, I don't have a thing for it yet. Okay. Who else is streaming? Do Mad Monty. Mad Monty TV. There you go. Start watching. For why do we live but only to suffer? Oh, baby. I don't know, because we're humans, I guess. Because God said so. Okay. This one. V-stars, Rin, this one. This one, I guess. Link clips. What does the clipping on this look like? I have a few fun quotes, for you from the crazy man's mouth. Sounds good. Make sure you write them down so you don't forget. Also, can I have some fruit? May I have fruit, sir? Fruit, sir? Fruit, sir? 78. 924.
There was a devil and an angel on your shoulder, but you ate the angel a long time ago.
Damn, that's crazy. Oh, I thought this would be their face. Ooh. Wait, shoot that over there. Position, zoom, crop, apply, retain. Boop. Hi! Thank you for the lurk. Oh my god, look at Gordy. Gordy's a little guy. Hold on, I want to talk to Gordy real quick. Where's Gordy? Oh my god. Where's Gordy? He's a little baby. Okay. Let's see. His little feet, his little head. So tiny. He's so tiny. I love his knife. He's just got a huge knife. No, that's great, thank you. Ow. Maybe like the ending of this. $150. Make a little bit less of that. Hi, Moira. Hi. Boop. And then maybe we bring in this one, because this one's like a silly clip. I retain. There you go. A little bit less. I want maybe like a moment of them teaching math, maybe. I have to go back to their Twitch. Hello. Mm. 30 days. Top all. Or if they have any moments where they're like teaching math. If it's not rearranged, panic attacks. What did I have that birthday one? I think I have that birthday one. I don't. I lied. Okay. They're sweating. I don't want one that we're sweating. I want one that we're just happy. Oh, there's one. Cute. It like hangs on a little bit too long here, I think. So we could do. Guys. Landscape. Oh. 3 stars. This one. This one. Please tell me everything. This one. I'll pick something else. I'll do this one. Oops. So I stepped on the golden. Maybe not so zoomed in. What a dream. Everything I wanted. Maybe like that. And now we can kind of do clips that don't always align. If I could change the way that you see yourself. Don't deserve you. Scream. When my head was under. And then I'm gonna grab the caramel dancing one. Oop. I love you, Chloe. run from you now, and I wanna let down. Okay, and then we go. Streamer variety of cozy. Where's the one where they play with Mashy? And then do this. Oh no, do this. Long as I'm here, no one will hurt you. Are you deserve to? Yes, what a wonder of you. The games. And then did I download the retro one? Do it again. We can do this one. Take instead. Apply. Do this one. Cheap gay record. But next time you want to play something new, send it. Send it over. $150. Also their husbando, which can be. Do I have any other husbando clip? I should have more husbando clip. I need to go download more husbando clip. Asking for much, and I will get you home. Apply. Change speed 150. Retain. Grab this part. Link clips. Take this one off. And then we can do this one. Just shove it down here. Apply, retain. And the master Balatro player. Oh, this was a long video, huh? Apply, retain. I like when she smiles. It's cute. I like that. I'd move this up a bit more. Ooh, what's this? Make good choices. I'm down for this. Looks interesting. Depending on level of patience, I like it. Let's see. Maybe replace that one with this one. Oops. Apply. Just need like a tiny strip of it because we'll be editing it down. Retain zoom up or like down and then up. Down and then up. Ooh. Excuse me? What? Looking at you. It's Ren. It is Ren. Hi, Mashi. Make a little video about Ren. I want this to go until it ends. Excuse me. The fuck was that? The fuck was that? And it's you too. You're also in this video. And then I might want to move. I don't know where I want to move it. I gotta move it with the effects though. I feel like that's good. God damn it. I don't know what pop sound it was. It's fine. I will just take whatever I can get because I don't super mind. Womp, womp, womp. Cool. Make that go down a bit. I kind of want to zoom in more. I'll do it like this. So I can still see Ren. There we go. I had a song for her already too, this one. Whoop. Cool. Saving, scripts, comps, snap captions. Let's make the text look nice. Bit strike. Alright, we're gonna save and then we're gonna relaunch just so we make sure we don't break anything. We can change this guy, edit labels. And then we can move this. May 15th. Da Vinci. Da Vinci trying. Da Vinci be trying. Oh. Boop. Base, generate. Cool. Cool. Thank you, Mashy. I could do a video on you someday if you'd be okay with that. I'd love to do a video on you. Talking about what cute puppy you are. Cute puppers. Let's not get a negative 19. Negative 19. There you go. Position apply. multi-dimensional, like a math alien, like a true gem. Yeah, I'd love to. Let me put you down on the list. And this list goes in no particular order. I just put people on the list. Where's my list? Boop. Me tomorrow VT. I should be getting my updated model on the 29th or perhaps sooner. No problem. I'm happy to wait. Happy to wait. Happy to work with your schedule. Number 1 idol cozy multiplayer and retro games. Gal pals on Mondays. Calendar that you do on Friday, or if you comforting vibe from the master Bellotro player. Runs calculated looks come from cool. That's all done. And I'll relaunch it again so the document's clean and our computer doesn't die. Because every time I don't pay attention, my computer decides to go kaput. We don't really want that happening today. In the face. Alright, and then roll for fun. Why don't I see roll for fun? I recorded and I never did anything with it. Oh, save as. Space Emporium. Away. A little bit of my face. Shaka. Zoom position apply. Oh wait, but this one's supposed to be like. It's like me here, and then. Right, I forgot I was doing a little bit with this. Is it this one? Nope. Is it this one? Nope. Is it this one? Okay. It's gonna look funny because this model doesn't walk. Okay. This goes below. Like that, hey you. Okay, and then so let's say like I'm sitting over here, and then this frame, and then this frame, and then oops, wrong one. Backwards. This way. And then this way, and then this way. I need to make subtitles. Cool. Let's see. Let's do it like here. I should be taller. I'll be taller. hate you. Oh, oops. I hate you, you're not funny. It should be illegal, and then I go. So I'm like, a little bit less. Oops. I feel like the illegal is just like. Let's see. Hey, are you? And then we gotta go to sound alerts and an alert noise. Hey, you. And then boop. And then here and then zoom. So it's like. Maybe this guy. No, I liked it down here. And then a car like zooming. No, I want the scuttling noise. I have a scuttling noise. Scuttling. Oh, the day. Like that. Jesus. Eh. Cool. And then I want to add track, and I just want to grab like an image of it. I want Cheetos. Do I have? I feel like I gotta have like just like a little image of something that could work for this. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Na 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 na. Bum bum. Deja vu bossy. Those recording facial effects. Logos. It might be in. Hold it for me. Posted. Old out of context. Ah, wait. Yes. Listening to it, yeah. Hot Cheetos. And then here. And then here. It gets clipped out. So it's like. What? What? And then this. And then hey. And then away. I kind of want to redo this. Hold on, I want to redo this. Break it, come around tonight, and sing me a melody. Alright, BLT, I need you poof for a second. Is that poof? Bro, okay. Shins on the right. Move this, and apply, and then put this here. Recording studio. Recording studio. Put my arms down. Alright. Okay. That should work. There you go. Only needed sorta kinda. Oh, this is something I didn't change the image of actually. I eat 3 times a day this week. Did I? I don't think I saved it, but let me see. Do drugs, not high ones. It's ones that change my mind up. CD. Oh, I put it in serotonin downloads, didn't I? Other icons. Okay. Microsoft icons. I think it's this website. Info icons. Thank you for the leg, Zach. If I light up on, we need it sorta kinda. History. Icons. This one. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da da. Da da da. Let me see here. Reciprocate. Dude, I gotta go pee. I gotta go bathroom. I'm gonna go bathroom really quick. I'll be right back, guys. Oh my god, sorry. I clicked the unmute button, but at the same time, I clicked the switch audio button, which makes my audio go to my speakers instead of my headset, and it scared the shit out of me. But we're here now. We're good. I need like resources. Like I want something else with resources. People. I don't really want to listen to this right now. People. To certain kinds of pain. Doesn't really have much in terms of like something that looks like resources, to be honest, so it'll be okay. Boop, boop. Alright, let's do this one. Video editing resources. Actually, do I have? Because that's for. Oh, I could use this. Hi, Shadow. How are you? Customize, change icon, browse, downloads, serotonin. Okay, I'm good. How are you? I'm good. Do a little video editing. This one. Link clips. Make it smaller. Let's see, I have just the second part. Like where I'm like, and then hey you. And then any illegal. Okay, wait. Add track, move this here, remove this, master symbols, sweat symbol, go here, and then here. Okay, and then this guy here. The hay and then cool. Whoop. What is the cropping on this bad guy? Boop. 78,924. 78,924. Okay. And then we can zoom it out. And then survive. Space station, merchant you, comma you, legality. Try to survive. Let's do it. Can we do it like this much? Can I make it smaller? Can. Cool. And then we gotta replace with video editing. Wrong one. Roll for fun. This one, this one, this one. And this comes here, and it'll go here, and it'll get zoomed in a bit. Put it up here. A lot of papers, please. Papers, please. But that's pretty fun. And then we're gonna do like this. We'll get like a different section of it. Ooh, varying legality would look good there. Over here. Wait, and then here. Maybe not. Maybe I should have kept it. Dodge authorities. You try to survive. And let's go to here. And let's grab this guy. Dun, 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 dun. Oh my god, please, I just want to change the speed to 110! There we go. Can I just do like... Ooh. Now it's going to be... I think I liked it before better. Some of us know make you move. Nobody matches what your eyes can do. And then papers, please. Papers, please. Where's the out now thing? this thing. Replace. Oh, your place. Oh, my place. Here's. Replace your standing still. All right. Alright, now we gotta relaunch. Paralyzed, but I seem to be stuck by you. I wanna move. This one. Your body. I want to do another thing here. Actually, undo. And then this one can go here. Cool. Boop, boop. And then the rest of it is up here. I would make myself the center here. So let's do it like here. And then here would be, I think it's like 1.7. 1.16. 1.16. -25. There you go. And this right here. Cool. And then the only thing I think I have to do left is music. I have to add my VOD in. And then we're good, which I think I have to go all the way back to when I did Do No Harm. Hopefully I have the VOD in here, which I don't. We can do it this way. Twitch thumbnails art. I think it was an March. Am I a liar? I might be. It might have been in February. Number one. Is it? It wasn't in April, was it? No, it was. Let's see. Ow, my elbow. Ow. I think, okay, other way to check schedule posts. Yeah. think it Steam Next Festival was March. Okay, let me check my VOD. This one? It was this one. This one. Just to stop the feeling. Link clips. Boop. Say yes. Boop. Boop. There it is. This one to here. Hold me, baby. 100 boys and bars. Shoot another song, just stop the feeling. Can say it's just the way you are. No excuse, no stupid reason. You. Whoop. A little bit lower. Zoom out a bit more. Here. Oh, there's gonna be a blank space. Boop, boop, boop. Nice. Okay, cool. And then we'll do this, and we'll grab the pop sound effect. La 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 la. Okie dokie, and then so I think it is. No, it's not. I don't think it is. Okay. They get music, copyright free music. Let's see what we got. And something synthy, I think. No. What the fuck? Acid core? I like it. Number 5 for save. Okay. There you go. That easy, baby. cool. Oh. Believe me, that easy, babe, of you. Scripts, comps, not captions, text color, generate. Oh, let me can mess with this guy. Boop, 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 boop. There we go. Alright, where does this guy go? He goes -14. That easy, babe. 5 save, close. This one. I'm gonna put myself with that guy. And I'm gonna see if I could speed run the club clips, and then if I can, then we'll play some South of Midnight. Boop. Easy. Alrighty, this other, no, not yet, this one. Oh, I have good judgment, I know I have good taste. I really want to listen to this song. I've heard it a lot. The Nile is a river, oh my god. Oh, I love this. Okay, cool. Position apply. I'm gonna actually move these. And then here. Yeah. Oops. Smelling illegal space junk. Argue back. Gritty shot keeping sim. Depths of a. There's only one. Merchant. Writing. Oop. Oh. Variety. Varying legality. Varying. Okay. All facing rising rent. Navigate a divided society. Balance faction demands and dodge. Dodge authorities and try to survive. This game reminds me a lot of Papers, Please with more space themes. It's pretty fun. I got to try out the demo during the last best, and it was pretty addicting. I enjoyed the inventory management and colorful variety. NPCs will also follow a somewhat mysterious storyline. If you want to try this game yourself, there's currently a demo out. Release date of this year, so add this to your Steam wish list. Nice. I feel so mystical, magical, baby. You're such a girl. What you know? You every day. Oh, Stormy, stop streaming. Oh. I be judge me once you know that. Oh, Mash is doing so. Mashimaro BT. Magical, magical. This one. Okay. Alright, what have I done so far? Hang on it just a little bit longer. So I think this is actually okay. I'm not that bothered by this video. I thought I was gonna be, but I'm not. Okay, that's not so bad. Actually, I don't really care. Yeah, that's fine. It'll do its numbers or it won't, you know? You can rock your body right. This will come out on the 12th. Oh yeah, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Cool. Alright, south of midnight time. South of midnight gameplay. I spelled it wrong and I still got it right. Let's go. Okay. Brain thinky hard. Serious gaming.